Well, good evening, guys. Just give me a sound check and let me know that you hear me loud and clear. Is it okay? The volume level? Everybody happy with it? Anybody that's watching on Twitch? Anybody that's watching on YouTube? Everything's okay? Right, anyway, welcome back to VP4TV. Welcome to Fuzzy. Welcome to Dwight. Welcome to Bill. And welcome to anybody else who's lurking in the background but scared to say anything. We're back here tonight for Friday Night 9 Ball. We had 12 in. We've got about 3 minutes left. It might not be a full house. We've got a clash tonight. We have Friday Night 9 Ball, but we've also got a match in the Bankpool, Virtual Bankpool World Championships. It's a match between Mr. Sharky and Cobra, and that's going pretty much at the top of the hour. And Slim, One Pocket Slim, is going to be doing that live on his Twitch channel, so you can jump back and forward, and you can also keep me up to date on what's happening in it. Steve said he may well be joining that match, but he might not be there at the start. That's what he said earlier on when I was speaking to him, because he was asking who was going to be streaming it, and I told him that, well, first of all, I didn't know it was on. That was the first thing. Because I was looking at the snooker ones for the weekend, because we've got matches over the weekend. There's 2 matches as well that we're going to have on Sunday night. Big matches, by the way, so we'll have a look at that later on. Well, I've got the PC back. I've got it working. It's got a new SSD drive in it, because that's what went tits up, as they say. And that's why my Windows wouldn't load and do nothing. But it's back, and we're all good to go. Let's have a quick look and see what's happening here. I'll do a quick refresh. I think there's still 4 spots available. Or is that 3? No, it's down to 3, so we're probably going to be short by maybe 1 or 2 at the most. That's still a reasonable turnout. The weather's good over here today, although it's to go downhill tomorrow again. But we've got reasonably good weather. I don't know where that, what if that's the same all over. But with the longer days come in, the brighter nights, people have got other things to do. Right, so that's like the sort of last call for players. So that's pretty much it. We'll just need to wait on the bracket going up. And what I've done is, when the PC was away getting fixed, I've actually swapped my my PC, the one that I work with. I've swapped it with my old one as far as how they sit on the. I've got a wheeled stand thing that I stole from my previous employment. When we used to have a big print of our printing off credit agreements, it sat on this wooden. It's a very sturdy wooden base that raises that raised the printer. This printer was like 4 foot high. It was a big printer that you used in a business, and when they were getting rid, or when they were moving it around, I managed to steal the stand, because I thought that would be good for sitting a PC on. Because I couldn't sit these size of PCs on my desk or fit them underneath, they're far too big. But anyway, to cut long story short, what I've done is I've moved my current PC over to the right, and I've moved my old one over to the left, the one that I don't use, but it's handy for sitting my second monitor on, and I've got my second monitor closer to me now, and it's a lot better looking. So that was the right time to make that move. So the second monitor's up. I'm looking at YouTube at the moment. And obviously with Restream Chat, I've got the Mixer Chat coming through on YouTube. Right, so after all that nattering, well, there's the match we're going into. We have Fast Eddie and Spectre Dawn lined up. Houdini and Bankster are playing. Stefan and John Boo. DJ Simon is playing Mooncake. That'd be a pretty good match as well, but we're going to head straight in. The cloth should be the right colour. Now, with me having to reinstall VP4, I also had to set up my second camera, and I'm just going to do a quick test for that. That's us from the other end of the table. Right, so we've got Fast Eddie on the right, Spectre Don on the left, and I'm going to have to move my VP4 logo that's in the middle of the screen because I can't see the bloody handicap. That's funny, that ball on the right there, when it hit the rail up top, it didn't make a noise. Did you notice that? Game audio is very loud, that's good. Yeah, well, I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that my sound card, everything was reinstalled, and that obviously there's certain levels have to be changed. And I've just, as I said, reinstalled the version of Gamecaster that was using previously, so I haven't had time to tweak things. Now what I can do is, if you hang on a second, I'm just going to tab out for a second. If I can remember. Well, this is thin. And it's not a gimme, this cut. Spectre Dawn usually gets these no problem, but it's a testy one. Right down on the rail. And that's what happens when you're playing at distance. Well, this is a great bank, this. Welcome to repetition. Yes, I'm back. I've done an Arnie. Now, Potman, you've already typed above, you fixed it, Hugh, and I've said what I did, or what a guy did, and then you're asking me again. Pay attention, Potman. Yes, it's fixed, yeah. It's fixed as good as it's going to be for the time being in terms of the sound quality. You know, the sound quality is nothing to do with the PC, it's just to do with software. My voice was low. Is it any louder? Because I haven't changed anything. Is it still low? Does my voice still sound low? Because I've got the volume mix in Gamecaster, I've got it. Yeah, it'll probably sound a bit tinny, as I said. That, as I say, that's down to software. That's audio settings are fine in the PC. It just needs. This probably won't get any better for the time being until I maybe be able to find that other audio codec thing that worked with the headphones. So we're 1 apiece here in this match, race to 7. Fast Eddie getting the last 2. Volume slider works. Volume slider where? The volume slider on my PC is up full. Yes, I have. Well, I should have. I'll go and, when I've got more time, I'll do that tomorrow when I get home from work. I'll have a good look and I'll do a test stream tomorrow. I did one and I wasn't happy with that because of I didn't have the more up-to-date version of my Gamecaster that I was using. And I've just reinstalled that this afternoon, probably about an hour before I started the stream. So I haven't had a lot of time to mess around with stuff. But that'll probably get better eventually, but I wouldn't hold your breath. So a quick rack there for Spectre Dawn, 4-9 combo. So we have a couple of big snooker matches on Sunday night. I'm going to be doing the match between LS3 and Barkers, and Slim's going to be doing the other one, who I've totally forgotten who's playing. Albinario is one of them, and I can't remember who the other one is, but somebody will know. It's Mal, that's who it is. Can you volume in VP4? Can you check volume in VP4? What, the game? In terms of the volume levels of all the things it's running, I did that last night. Everything's 100%. I did all that last night. When you click on the your little volume thing in the bottom right hand corner of the screen on your desktop, I went into the volume level thing, and you know, my internet browser's 100%. Anything else that was on at the time, everything's at 100%. I'll look back at this stream tomorrow when I get home, so I can hear it, what it sounds like, and and then I'll just look around and see. I'm going to look in the box for the headphones to see if that little card's still there, whether I can still download that audio codec thing. I don't know whether it'll make any difference, but I'm pretty certain that it might well be that my what is it you call this, the sound card thing? It's a popular one. I can't remember what it's called. The pre-installed sound card. But in fact, hang on a minute. Let me just check something, because it's that software that I'm using that came with the PC. Hold on a wee second. Spectre Donny's a bit straight in this 7. I'll be back in a minute. Hang on. Right, I'm not going to mess about with this. This is there's no point in doing a stream and start to mess about with sound settings. I'll leave it till tomorrow. No, it's not a sound blaster. It's what the hell is it called? Oh, something 7.1. I can't remember what it's called, but it's probably one that's in thousands and thousands of PCs. Now I'm going to have to think. I'm going to keep thinking about what the name of that is now to the end of the night. Anyway, Spectre Dawn's up 3-1. Played a decent safety. Eddie's in trouble here. He's trying to tweak the edge of this and cut the one in. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, he didn't get there. Oh, one of you must know what I'm talking about. You know, there's probably, you guys that are watching have probably got the same sound card installed. Or the software that comes with it, whatever the hell it is. Anyway, it's that I'm running, and I can't. I had it. It was on my desktop earlier on when I was messing about with it when the PC booted up, but now I can't find it. No, it's not. Is it Realtek? You're right enough, Larry. That's it. It's that Realtek. I think it is. I think that's what it is. Anyway, it's got different audio settings in it. And I just tweaked about with that for a second or two, but you know, it's got like a stadium effect and all of that stuff. I want to try and get rid of all of that off so that it's just the bare bones. Well, as I say, this wasn't a good idea for Fast Eddie to have a few weeks off and then come back to VP4 and land in Friday Night 9 Ball and end up getting spectered on first round. It's not an easy way to warm up. Oh yes, I've lost most of that. I've got most of my pictures and stuff, but all my programs are obviously gone. I haven't even got Steam reinstalled yet. I just haven't been bothered to do it because there was nothing on Steam I wanted to go to in the last 24 hours, so I haven't got that installed. All I've got is what you call it, VP4 and XSplit Gamecaster. That's all I've got installed, and Discord. Hue escape audio, lower sound effect. The ball sounds brutal. That's what I was getting on to Napnicker about on his videos. The ball, when it hits the cushion, sounds like a brick wall, and that's what it sounded. You can hear it thumping as it hits the rail. Now, you know me, I'll mess about with it eventually and I'll get to something that's going to be acceptable. But as I say, you'll just have to be patient and put up with this tonight. As long as the stream's running good, that's what matters. It's not running good here though for Fast Steady. Spectre Dawn, nice little angle in the 7. To stun up for the 8 or use the rail and come out for the 8. Just a little stun draw. And it's going to be 5-1. Now, can anybody confirm if that match? Well, I presume it is because Slim, I think, still in his commentary booth. Cobra 3 up to Sharky. What, Sharky's 3 or Cobra's 3-0 in front? Right. Yeah, Steve. I was talking to Steve earlier on, and Steve thinks the standard in the standard in the bank pool hasn't been good. But I tend to agree with him in one sense because I think the main thing with bank pool is not the fact that you're just trying to make banks. What you're also trying to do is play in a way that you're not leaving banks for your opponent. And I think what Steve's getting at is that a lot of players are not thinking, they're not going through a thinking process when they're looking at playing a bank or playing in such a way that you're not leaving a bank, or at least an easy bank for the opponent. And you know, that's what you have to do, and most players haven't been bothered. And I think Steve wanted to have a good rant about that tonight, but I don't know whether he's back yet. He said he might not be here in time. Well, there's a result through. Bankster sails through 7-0. Well, that is well probably LS3, yeah. Well, the thing is about the banks, especially the up and down banks, you know, the up and down banks, I think, you know, you always pick the line that you've always done. The thing is I think it's probably even more vital that you get the pace of the bank right now. Maybe not quite the same as it was previously before he did these rail updates and the physics updates, because you know how when the ball bounces, when you know if you're banking up and down the table and it doesn't go into the pocket and it hits the second rail down table, you know it's going to straighten up and it's not going to hold the line if you don't hit it at the right pace. And that's the thing that you have to get used to. So when you're playing a bank, you've got to get that medium pace. You can't be slamming banks and expect them to go in. You've got to give it that medium pace and you know, trying to get it to hold its line. You know, if your eyes and your perception of the bank is there, then the rest should fall into place. But if you hit it too hard, don't expect it to go in. And meanwhile, this match is all but over. Spectre Dawn, well, he should be in the hill. Quick look at this 8 ball. There's plenty of room for it past the 9. Although he doesn't want to be too far away from this 8 ball when he plays it, because then it can end up in a blind cut, and that's done him altogether because he's missed the cut in the 7, and Eddie has a chance to survive another rack here. You think it'll take you that long to absorb the information out of that book? Anyway, Eddie got let out of jail there by Spectre Dawn, but I think Eddie isn't getting any joy, and look at what happens. The 1 ball is on, although I think that Spectre Dawn is going to have an issue. No, the 2 ball does go. Now, this is a wee bit tricky because if he gets this wrong, he could end up behind the 8 ball here. He's got to run up the table as far as he dare. He's trying to take evasive action here, but I think he's going to end up falling foul of the commentator's eye here. He's ended up behind the 8 ball. I could see that coming. Well, the Bankster match is the only result that's in so far. That didn't take long. I think that was all over in less than 20 minutes. That's a good little jump though. Good recovery. Now, what does he do? Does he jack up and try to hold for the 6 on this side where the 5 ball is, or does he try and go forward and around the corner? He could run into the 6 here if he does that. No, he's just trying to play it in the side or up table. That'll do. Probably the wisest way to play it. Another result then. Mooncake goes through 7-3 against Simon. Well, this time Spectre Dawn should be on the hill. Shouldn't be much doubt about it. So into rack number 9. That rack sound too enough. Is that loud as well? Just turn your stream volume down a touch. That's all you need to do. Now, the question is, does that 7 ball go? And anyway, even if it does, how the hell are you going to go on it? Because the 8 ball's in the way. Now that was a bit over ambitious. He's drawn into the 7 and 9 there. I don't believe he tried it. I think he was obviously trying to go on the 5. And now he's going to have to duck for cover here. He needs to get distance in this. Oh, he needs the legs. He needs the legs. He ain't got there, I don't think. Nope. That was like 3 or 4 inches away from with a half decent safety there. And Spectre Dawn can tweak this with a bit of left as well, just to get around the corner. Well, I think he's missed it altogether. Did he hit that there? It's going to scratch anyway, I think. We'll never know whether he hit it or not. At least I didn't see the ball move, but anyway, Eddie's been given yet another lifeline. Well, just a little roll through, I would think would do. Adjust what volume in game settings. The only thing I did was mute the music in VP4 when it reinstalled. Let's have a look. Sound, music, sound effects. You want that down a bit? Oh, I never knew that did that. There, that's annoying, isn't it? Now, what's this UISFX? What does that do? Because I've never touched any of these. What does the UISFX do? Has that made any difference? I don't hear any difference. Does that sound any better? I'm not getting a confirmation that it is or it isn't. Not really. There you go. That's your answer to that one then. So what the hell does that volume thing do in VP4 if it doesn't make the volume any lower? You want it to go lower? I'll go lower. Where the hell is it again? Right, let's see that. That's probably what Napnicker's got on his. That's why his ball sounds so loud. Is that it better? Yeah. Well, as long as that keeps one person happy, that's my day made. What we missed as results go. Travelling TT goes through 7 racks to 3 against Keyser. Oh, the beeps are loud though, aren't they? Is that what the UISFX is? See, nobody knows what that UISF. I bet if I ask Steve, he won't even know. What does a UISFX do, Steve? I don't know. I just wrote the code. That's what you'll say. Is the user interface? The user interface doesn't make a noise anyway. Not that I know of. When you're tabbing around the buttons in the UI thing, it doesn't make any noises to me. Or maybe that's what it is. Aye. Well, maybe let's tweak that down a bit then while we're at it and see if that makes any difference. Sound. Put that down to 3. And we'll listen to the clock countdown thing and see if that sounds any quieter. You know something, I've never adjusted the volume, and that's the first time I've ever touched volume in VP4, you know that? I've never been near it, it's always been up at 10. And another result through Stefan 7 racks to 4. So this match is the one that's going to be holding the tournament up. Although, if Spectre Dawn can get good on the 5, which he is, it should be over. Well, this is, he's got to watch the cue ball here, what he's trying to do with it, whether he thinks he can cut this and run around the angles, or whether he's going to have to juice it up a bit here. Let's have a quick look. Yeah. Yeah, I think he can just make it around the angles here. Yeah. The only worry was the possible scratch. And that should be, well, it should be 2 rails obviously. Cut the 8 and just run across the table and back over to where the 8 ball is, more or less, and that's the match over. Eventually. And of course we had, what, a couple of buys or whatever in that first round, so this will be probably the last match. So Spectre Dawn goes through, 7 racks to 3, and we'll get a quick update on the bracket, if we can get there. And we'll do that refresh thing for 30 seconds. Right, so we have Bankster against Larry. Oh, Larry's in trouble. Bankster's 5-1 up and getting the 6 ball. Stefan is just starting with Mooncake. LS3 with Spectre Dawn, Travelling TT and Sergeresh. So let's jump in to that top match and see if Larry can dig himself out a hole. The answer to that is probably not, because Bankster has got a wide open table here. See, the 6 ball is generous for Bankster because he can run tables, and it's easy enough for him to get to the 6 ball if the balls are sitting half decent. That's why Larry's up against it. Now I presume that's just 4-0 up in the first rack, or is that 4-0 up in racks? Don't tell me he's 4-0 up after what, 35 minutes? He's 4-0 up in games, so that'll be all over. That'll be all over in about, what, another 20 minutes, I would think, the way it's going, unless Mr. Sharky can get his act together. So meanwhile, Larry in dire straits here, 6-1 down. Yeah, I think some of the viewers are coming back to me. I think they've maybe seen enough of that that match with Cobra. I think they think it's all over. Meanwhile, Larry at the table. Now he needs to come back just a tad and leave the dodgy cut in the 2. The problem doing that is it's not going to be great for getting on the 3. He's going to have to probably just take his medicine here and make sure he doesn't hook himself behind the 6. That's the only worry. And the commentator's eye has called it again. Although he can easily jump over this and cut this 3. And he's got to watch he doesn't hook himself behind the 8 ball, which he hasn't done, and he hasn't scratched. There's no snooker matches tonight, but there are 2 big matches on Sunday night. They're more or less starting at the same time at 7 PM GMT, British summertime I should say. We've got the match, well look at this. Can you see that 6 ball? No you can't. Now this needs to get to the rail as close as they can to make this cut easier. We've got the match with Albinario and Mal, if Mal shows up tomorrow night, Sunday night. And I'll be covering the match between LS3 and Barker. So that's LS3 has a chance to take down the champion, the current title holder. And I will be doing that one. Slim is intending to do the match with Albinario and Mal. Couple of balls in, the 2 and 5 have got in for Larry. Oh, that little nudge with the 3 there was handy, because that's just kept the 1 ball in play. And now Larry's just going to brush this in and brush the 3. He doesn't need to do anything other than just brush it in, brush the 3. Well, he's took his eye off the pot. Who was the first VP4 content creator? Because I don't think he was. And what are you talking about in terms of making videos? Well, I was making videos in VP4 before it was launched. There you go. I've got videos on my YouTube channel that were when we were testing the game. So I know for a fact that Mal didn't have it then. But I thought you were talking about what was made for VP4. The actual the Pro Tour career. Larry, if he's listening, will remember who it is that designed that for VP4. I can't remember his name. Unofficially, I was. If you don't include the promo video that Steve put up in YouTube for VP4, I'm thinking I was the first person to put videos up on YouTube of the game. And as I said, those early ones, if you go back far enough to 2012, when the online was getting tested, then as I say, if you go back far enough on my videos, you'll see some of those test videos. I don't think I did an awful lot because we were busy testing, but I certainly did 1 or 2. So, Larry's still alive here. This is awkward. It's awkward over the 5. It's an awkward cut in the 1. He's going to have to leave the 2 at distance. And again, let's see if he's... Well, that's actually fine. If the safest route is probably to go forward here and just judge the pace. He's got to watch the 8 ball. And that will do it. Yeah, there was, I can't remember. I mean, there was, Sylvia was there. Keith, license plate number, you know Keith, B11TME. I think he was there. Larry was there. And then 3 or 4 more of us came on after that. I can't remember how long we did the test. It was certainly a few months. Oh, there was all sorts of bugs during the test, and a lot of the sort of weirder bugs. I had one bug where the cue ball was see-through. You know, it was like a light bulb. The cue ball, you could actually see through the cue ball. It was opaque, if that's a correct description. And once I reported that was fixed very quickly. Stub couldn't fix anything. I had to go into Stubbs. I can't remember. I had to go into Stubbs PC to. I think I was Was I? Did I sort Stubbs VP4 at one time? I think I did. I can't remember. I know I was on his PC, but I can't remember for what. But anyway, Larry's heading over to the one loss side. That 6 and out, it's not 6 and out, but that 6 ball money ball is very dangerous when you're giving that to Bankster. And so, Larry's going to have to do it the hard way again this week. Now, let's jump into that LS3 Spectre Dawn match. LS3's 1-0 up. It's scratch. No handicap. Yeah, translucent, if that's the correct way of saying it. Does opaque mean that it's cloudy? If you know what I mean. I've got my vocabulary mixed up. Well, this is going to be a quick rack. Well, I'm surprised that LS3 didn't play the combo there. Quite confident that she's going to run out. Now this needs a little stun. Oh, it's just going to drag it. I thought she was going to go the other side of the 7. Let's see if she's got an angle. Yeah, a slight angle, but this is going to be at distance, and that's a tight spot to get past that 9 ball. Now I think that I would have gone about that slightly differently than leaving this. She's trying to get up top side of the 8 now, and now it's gone pear shape. She should have listened to the commentator. Good evening to Coldest Pillow, if I remember the name. And who was the other one? Somebody D, the one with the name that that we don't recognise. So good recovery from LS3, 2-0 up. Putting a bit of pressure on Spectre Dawn. LS3 says, in your eyes, Steve. Well, that certainly bounced that cue ball, bounced straight into the side pocket. And that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to be giving Spectre Dawn a freebie. But again, it's a bit tricky to get on this 3 ball. Now, is he trying to get up on the top side, or is he trying to come down the right side for this 3 ball? This is crazy, this one. How's he going to get there? Now, he could try and come down this side. Got him. That's as good as it's going to be. And now he's going to try and run off the 6 and 9 ball and run through for that 4. He's going to try and nudge the 6, possibly the 9, and come across like that. But the 6 ball's getting in the way, and it's gone wrong. So, dodgy combo, if ever I've seen one. And I think he's, well, he could have done with another 2 or 3 foot of running in that cue ball, but the 4 obviously doesn't go. And this is a little tricky nudge here, just a little deft nudge on the 4 ball. And that will now cut. That will now cut. So that's a mistake from LS3. Bumping the 7 will come in handy. So that's my other end of the table camera. And that's running nice. Anything but straight. And it looks... there's enough to work with here. You've just got to make sure you don't run behind the 9 ball here if you're just trying to stun up the table. Now he's coming the other side for safety's sake. Takes the 9 ball out of the equation. But again, the cue ball's running away from the 8, so he's got to manoeuvre this cue ball a wee bit to get a decent line. And that'll do it. So it looks like Spectrodon is going to be off and running here. Yeah, if you ever want to try and get a second camera, move around the table to the point that you want to save as your second camera setting and hit Control W, and that will save it. And then when you want to go to that second camera, you hit your Y button, like a bit like that, and you'll lose the HUD. And then you hit your right mouse button and the HUD will come back. And then if you keep holding the Y button, sometimes the camera stays where it is. But this time it didn't, it just went back to the normal one. Well, my camera suggestions is still on YouTube. That would be a great thing for streaming, so that you could just move around the table using the camera buttons rather than the donut button and twitching the camera around about. You know, all of this carry on. If you just hit a button and you move to a pocket camera all around the table, it'll be perfect. It'll come round to my way of thinking eventually. Don't you worry, it might take a few years, but it'll get there. Yeah, I've lost all my applause. All of my applause and everything's gone because I don't have Broadcaster installed, and you don't have that in Gamecaster. The one main thing that I still like my old Gamecaster for, and I haven't checked it tonight. Where the hell's the button? I'm trying to remember where the button is. My little doodle. That's why I like Gamecaster. Gamecaster is the only program that you live stream with where you can have the overlay like this on a full screen broadcast. You can't have it in any of the other software. That's why I still love using this. It's dead simple. Well, your replay button should be on anything else but the R. I've always got it set to my backspace button, and that way you don't accidentally hit it. Well, LS3 is going to defend their lead. It's going to go back to 2. Now, I think, what the hell ball was that flew into the... I think it was a 5 ball that went. Now that 1 ball will go. Loads of room to cheat the pocket. What makes you think LS3 is wily? Sylvia? Do you know something we don't know? No. For one reason, LS3 plays a better standard than Sylvia does. And Sylvia doesn't like 9 ball. That's the other big clue. She can't stand 9 ball. Well, to my recollection, we've only got three that I know of, although Sylvia isn't around. But you've got LS3, and then you've got is it Rennie or what's her name? Wenny, that's the name. Wenny. Well, this cue ball has got to move again. Is this too straight? No, there's a nice little angle there, just enough. So anywhere down the bottom end of the table here is fine. And this is going to be 4-1. Now what LS3 doesn't want to do is scratch and give Spectre Dawn that chance to get back in it. She doesn't want to give him an easy chance to get started. She wants to make it tough. And DJ Simon survives the one-loss side. He's taken down John Boot, 4 racks to 2. LS3 meanwhile has sunk the 8 ball on the break. Now she's ducking for cover here, I think. A little dink on the 1 ball. Oh no, she's gone all out for the combo there. I think that was maybe a bit ambitious because I don't think there was much room. And she could find herself in trouble here in a sec. That had to miss the 9 ball. Well, if I was LS3, I would fancy trying to cut this down the rail. There's not much room past the 5, but you would think she's bound to have a shot in the 2 ball if she can get this. It's really tight though. In fact, very tight. In fact, if you try and get that to the rail too soon, it'll catch the jaw. Hang on a minute. Almost a far-fetched combo there. Well, this is thin. Just got to chip this. And now it's going to end up in a very quick rack because that is absolutely stone dead. So Spectre Dawn is going to be back to 2 with the break. 4-9 combo, simply unmissable. Oh, did you think that was the 8 ball? I always get the 4 and the 8 ball mixed up on this blue cloth, but it was definitely the 4 ball. Well, good evening to Tam. I'm back. Any update on that Cobra match? I would have thought it would be virtually all over by now. Oh, it's over, it's finished. There you go. That didn't take long. Barely 55 minutes it would have been for that. Well done to Cobra. Well, I said LS3 doesn't want to let Spectre Dawn get back in this, and he's got his chance. Quick look at this. So just out to at least there. Problem with getting out to there is he's got to try and dink this 7 and probably run up the table. I mean, how the hell is he going to hold for the 9 ball at this angle? He's got to let this run. Unless he's just going to come back to here and leave the cup. No, he's running. That'll do it. That's fine. So, back to within 1. Breathing down LS3's neck. And Larry survives as well. He's gone through against Kiza, 4 racks to 2. And Spectre Dawn, 7 ball in the break. He's going to have to try and jump the 4 ball to catch this 1. Problem again is at this distance, something might end up off the table here. I need to scroll down in lobby. I need to scroll down in lobby. What am I missing? You know what I mean? Scroll up. What have I missed? I'm looking in the chat. I don't see anything. You were missing results, was I? Well, I saw the Larry match. I don't think I missed anything. I saw the DJ Simon result. I saw the Larry result. The Bankster. I've not missed anything. What the hell are you talking about? I've not missed any results. They've all popped up in the room. All the ones from this tournament have, obviously. Well, the Cobra result, I'm not going to see that result because it doesn't show up in the room. The only results that show up in the room are the ones for the tournament, the tournament room that I'm in. That's the only ones you're ever going to see, unless you're tabbed to the lobby. That is. See how it's only those ones that show. Anyway, we've got a match on here, and LS3 is again in trouble here. If she can see anything in that 2 ball, it's just a thin edge on it. And she's got to watch that she doesn't just brush the 2 and leave a 2-9 combo here. Let's have a dash round to have a look. She might be trying to cross bank this. Yeah, she did. Well, now Spectre Dawn again has his chance. Did Steve join you? I presume Steve never showed up. Is who muted? I'm getting totally confused with this chat tonight. I've got Mark telling me to scroll up in the lobby for something that I was supposed to find. Well, you need to unmute the stream, Cobra, in the bottom left-hand corner, the volume level. Oh, he did show up. Yeah. That's Cobra just realising that his stream's muted in the bottom left-hand corner on Twitch. Because the volumes, the sound might not be that great, but the volume is fine on Twitch. Nobody else is complaining. Cobra's now going to hold his hand up and say he's an umpty. because that's the first thing you always check when you think there's no sound. Welcome to Bedhead. Oh, I think one pocket would do Cobra's head in. So we're 4 apiece here in this match. LS3 had, what, a 3 racks to 1 lead? Was it 3-1? Don't think it was 4-1. I take it your volume's okay now, Cobra? He's not saying that it is. He's not admitting it. Well, Slim thinks the audio is better. Well, I did turn down the volume in VP4, which is something I've never done in all the years that VP4's been out. I've never ever touched that, but I did that because the balls were bouncing off brick walls earlier on. And the punters weren't happy about it, so I tweaked it down. So, again, just a reminder to any latecomers, we've got, I don't know how many matches are on in the snooker, but there's certainly 2 on Sunday night or Sunday afternoon if you're Slim, and they're pretty much both going off at the same time. I'm going to be doing the LS3 backers match, and Slim is going to be doing the main event of the evening, which will be Mal against Albinario, if everything's fine and Mal shows up. Now that'll be interesting to watch. And Mooncake has taken out Stefan, 7 racks to 5. And who the hell's that? Sergaresh has beaten Travelling TT 7 racks to 4, so we are moving on. But the bad news for LS3 is she's going to go behind now. And this is what happens when you give Spectre Don a chance. He's going to take it. So now the shoe's in the other foot. Spectre Don's probably still breaking from the left hand side. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. The same 2 channels, YouTube and Twitch. My telly's a Panasonic 37 inch, and it was one of the models that came out before they had these more up-to-date ones that have got YouTube and iPlayer on, and my telly doesn't have that. It only has the red button. It doesn't have... I would like to have a telly that has that stuff on it, because I wouldn't mind watching some streams played back on a big telly. But as my television, my Panasonic television is working perfectly okay, there's no reason for me to think about getting a new one. Right, see you later, Tam. So now we're going to have a bit of messing about here. Now, Spectre Dawn can only see the outside edge of that one. This is tricky. And I don't know whether that's going to get there. It's not going to get there. The LS3's not got an easy road ahead here because of where the 2 is. I've my last two televisions have been Panasonics. I don't know whether they're still as good as what they were, but they were like the better tellies that were available at the time when I bought mine. I don't know how old this telly is. It must be, oh, it's got to be at least 10 years now. I mean, it's a flat screen. It was one of the, I wouldn't say that it wasn't the first flat screen that came out, but it's got FreeSat in it. My FreeSat was working until probably my LNB's gone in my dish. I mean, I got rid of Sky years ago. I still had the dish. So I decided just to plug the dish into the back of the telly and watch stuff on FreeSat. But I switched the telly on one day, went to FreeSat, no signal. So the LNB's gone in the dish. So I don't have FreeSat anymore. Not that it makes a great deal of difference. The only advantage with FreeSat is I could go to the BBC channels down south. I had them all tuned in on it, and I could go and watch, you know, something that was getting shown in England or Wales that wasn't getting showed up here. In fact, I used to do it to watch the Welsh Open. You'd go to BBC Two in Wales and watch the Welsh Open, but now I just do that in iPlayer. You just change. If you ever want to watch something that's on BBC Scotland that isn't on in England, you just go to iPlayer, and in the bottom of the screen you just change your location to, you know, Scotland, and it will bring up BBC Scotland if you wanted to watch something that was on it that wasn't on down south, and vice versa. Well, LS3, table at our mercy here. Little tricky one again here, because the angle of this 3, the cue ball wants to bump across to the 6 ball here. So you've got to try and tweak this to avoid just stunning into the 6. So if you just try to gentle and leave the long 4 ball. Now, how does that look for drawing back? I think the angle's not good. Soon find out. Maybe it is. Yeah, that's fine. See, now it's held. I held that button there, and I'm now got the camera at the other end of the table, and it's staying there. Sometimes it stays, sometimes it doesn't. Oh, now, has she gone too far? Oh, I think she's okay. Can just see enough of it. We might be going all the way in this match. One Pocket Slim's got himself signed up to the $300 daily edition. Yeah, if I ever get around to needing a new large screen telly, I'm going to have to talk to my former colleague at work at where I used to work and get his advice, because I haven't a clue what's going on in televisions nowadays. I haven't paid attention to the technology changes. Well, we're going to be all square, 5 apiece. LS3 with a break. Well, DJ Simon's arrived in the room. He's probably waiting in the loser of this match. Or is Simon still on the winner's side? I can't remember. Well, he's either waiting in the winner or the loser of this match, put it that way. So the break is dry from Spectre Dawn. Push out played. Now, again, if LS3 can bank this one ball up the table and not bump it into the 4, she should have Spectre Dawn in trouble here. And that's what she's going for, but she hasn't got the line with the cue ball. She needed a wee bit of A wee tad of left spin there just to help that cue ball behind the 2. Now, what does Spectre Dawn do? He can play the cut, he can have a go at the bank, but he's also got a good opportunity for a half decent safe here. But I think we all know that Spectre Dawn would much rather go for some pot if he can, and possibly get second prize like that. That'll do very nicely. In fact, where he finished, he could pot that 2 ball into this bottom corner pocket here. He was right behind the 2. And that was actually a good shot. Oh, that's an even better shot though. Lovely little kick by LS3 and a nice little nudge of the 2, although she's going to be awkward over this 8 ball. And the 3 ball's awkward as well, although it might go into the side. In fact, that's tight. So, well, I think you've just got to ride your luck if you're going to get any sort of shot in this 3 ball. It doesn't go in that many pockets. I mean, it goes past the 7 into this one. But I think LS3's done the right thing there. That's a good shot. Because, I mean, the chances of getting on that 3 ball were like slim to 0, where you could pot it. And she's done the next best thing, put Spectre Dawn in trouble. That 6 ball's ugly where it is on that rail, it looks fairly tight. Well, now the 3 ball is free, and it's ball in hand to LS3. Quick look at this 6 ball. Well, it's not frozen, but it might as well be. And that little nudge of the 6 is fine. Only problem is the cue ball has leaked away too far. Now this is asking to nail that cue ball onto the 7. I mean, this is so easy just to nudge the 3 to the rail and drop onto that 7 ball. Like that. That's how you do it. Now, if you're dialed in and you're confident in your mouse, you'll play that every day of the week. You'll always nail it. And LS3 gets a reward for that. But now the cue ball has got to go certainly 3 rails at least and miss the 5 ball, although even running into the 5 ball shouldn't really matter. 1, 2, 3. It's just going to skim past the 5, and that little bump in the 6 ball brought it right into play. So this rack is in the bag and can only be thrown away here by LS3. I'll have a quick drink if I can find my bottle. Now, what is it you want after you've just run the table out? You want a ball and a shot when you're on the hill. A ball and a shot, that's all you need. There's something I noticed yesterday when I reinstalled Google Chrome. I didn't know that Google Chrome had AdBlock Plus built into it now. Because as soon as I downloaded it and installed it, and got it running and set it to my home page and all of that crap, the next thing that popped up was Adblock Plus setting itself up. I never knew that. I always used to download it as a separate thing. But Google Chrome looks as if it comes with it now. Maybe it's came with it for years and I never knew, but I always downloaded it and installed it. I certainly don't remember installing Google Chrome recently and Adblock Plus popping up. So, Spectre Dawn has been given his chance to take this match all the way. Now that the two balls got plenty of room. He's just got to watch what he's doing with the cue ball. Nice angle on the 4 to come across for this 5 ball. What you just don't want to do here is nail yourself to a cushion somewhere. You don't want to be on a rail. Now that's perfect. That is absolutely plumb, although it's a bit straight. Could have done with a wee tad of an angle, but it shouldn't be a major disaster. And that's fine. I told you, I said we were going all the way. You must be able to get Adblock Plus. Well, you do. You can get Adblock Plus for your mobile. I've got it, but it's on the Samsung website on my phone, and I don't, or the Samsung web browser, but I don't use the Samsung web browser on my my phone. But I've actually got Chrome installed on my phone, but I haven't got Adblock Plus in it, and you get all the crap coming up on YouTube when I go to YouTube on it, or that's what I've had to make do with for the last week. And it's been most annoying. So here we go. Spectre Dawn breaking for the match. We are an hour and 20 minutes into this week's Friday Night 9 ball. We were, what, a couple of players short of a full house. 2 or 3 anyway. The break was dry. And this is a good bank, this 1 ball. It's nicely off the rail. Well, the bump in the 6 ball, that actually, if that had hit the 6 ball thinner, LS3 may well have ended up with hook behind the 5 anyway. So this is a case of make do with what you've got. And there's no way she's getting to the 4 ball unless she has some sort of angle on this 3 to manoeuvre the cue ball into this cluster of balls. The other thing is, if she doesn't get good enough on the 3, she wouldn't be able to even get near the 4. So again, I think that's the right choice of shot. Although, that is, I thought she could get past, Spectre Dawn could get past that. That's absolutely more or less nailed. That was well done. But of course, Spectre Dawn just had to make sure he didn't do something daft that was going to cause balls to start running around the table there. It's very unlikely that LS3 is going to run out. And Stefan survives on the 1-loss side, a 4-0 win against Fast Eddie. Now, Fast Eddie's been away for a good few weeks, and it was tough tonight to come in and have to play Spectre Dawn in that first round. Well, that 4-9 is a combo. Let's have a look. Well, it will go, of course. The problem is how close to the rail the 9 ball is and how much it's going to catch that pocket if you actually hit it flush. It's more or less going to catch that point. And this couldn't be any worse here for Spectre Dawn. This is horrible. He might just try and bump this behind the 7. and leave the cue ball there. Is he trying to cheat the pocket? No, he is. He's just trying to bump it, but he hasn't got it tight. In fact, he's not even got a snooker. Now, what does LS3 do here? Absolutely no point in potting this 3 ball if you're going to end up bumping the 8 ball and then having to kick the 4. It might be well to try and hide the cue ball, but she hasn't. Well, good evening to Stubb. Yeah, not even a welcome back from Stubb. Not so much as a welcome back. Well, this is going to be, well, there's a mistake made by Spectre Dawn. Now, LS3 can draw big off this 3 ball. She's got to draw big. It's the best way of trying to get a bump. But if she doesn't hit this halved, she could end up hooked and having to kick this 4 ball if it doesn't go in. Like that. Commentator's eye again. No, I was getting Stubbs a whole list of his excuses on my phone when he was getting beaten in the snooker tournament. So LS3 did her best to try and break out that 4 ball, but unfortunately it ended up the way I predicted. I predicted pretty well tonight in 2 or 3 of the predictions I've made. I'm definitely back. Commentator's eyes working tonight. Oh dear, well, would you believe it? And this is fine to pot the 5 and the 6 ball's over the hole. It's all up to LS3. I'm sure the 5 goes. I think there's enough of the 5. That's fine. So, Spectre Dawn was first to blink. And LS3's got the rack in her hands here and the match. Well, it's all over. But LS3 holds on. So a 7 racks to 6 win for LS3. Takes out Spectre Dawn and he moves over to the Madhouse. That is the one lost side, hoping he doesn't bump into Bankster. Right, so where have we got to now? Well, Bankster is on the hill, I think, here against Mooncake. And LS3 is about to play Sergaresh. Let's jump into this match here. It might be all over by the time we get into the room. I think it might be. Oh no. Mooncake's stayed alive. Scratch match, no handicap. 9 ball goes in the break. It'll come back up next to the 3 ball, I think. And the 2 ball is tied up with the 8. Well, Stubb, you could have had my 1,000 V dollars if you had got the high run in the snooker tournament. That prize is still standing for the highest run of the tournament. There you go, Stub. Easy money for you. Go and pick Cobra in Slim's pockets. Well, Mooncake with ball in hand, just trying to nail it to the 8, but that's a big mistake. With ball in hand, you should never be doing that. I mean, you should at least have got it behind the 2 or the 8. Okay, it's perfectly safe. And that wasn't much better from Bankster. In fact, the only thing that's saving him is the fact the 2 ball's still horrible. Well, he tried to get some spin into that just to get a little nudge there, but I think that the angle wasn't good. Let's see what this is that's on my phone. Oh, I got an alert on my phone telling me One Pocket Slim is live. I missed that one. From a Twitch app. Oh, a nice little combo from Mooncake. 3 ball hasn't finished that good though. But it is a good bank though. He's trying to tuck behind the 6. Again, not a very good safety. I thought he might have went for the bank there in that 3 ball because it was a good bank up and down. Well, Bankster now, like LS3, table at his mercy and should be out and through to the next round. Well, anywhere up in the middle of the table is all you want to be doing here. Just drop the 8 ball in, 9 ball into the side, nothing fancy. And Houdini has taken out Travelling TT 4 racks to 2. So, Bankster, the most dangerous VP4 player with a handicap. He marches on. Mooncake moves over to join Spectre Dawn and the others in that one loss side. So with loads of results through, let's see where we stand now. We've got LS3 playing Sergaresh. Sergaresh getting whatever it says there because I can't read it. And first man through to the hot seat match is Bankster. Meanwhile, over on the one loss side, we've got DJ Simon and Spectre Dawn. Let's dive straight into that. And DJ Simon is getting a 5 ball. Well, that's extremely generous for Simon because he can pop balls up to the 5 ball, no problem. And he probably won't be doing it in this rack though. So of course it's only race to 4, so blink and you'll miss it. I've just realised why my VP4TV logo wasn't sitting right in the top of the screen. You know why? Because my HUD has defaulted to the normal size. I normally have my HUD a little bit smaller, and then I can fit my little logo up in the middle of the screen in the top part of the screen. That's what's wrong. I'll sort that out, but not tonight. Well, he likes leaving things awkward, Spectre Dawn. And he's stuck to the rail, so if he lets this run plain ball, he may well bump that 8 ball and has no idea whether he's going to have a shot. And he's bumped it too far, has he? Yes, he has. And the other problem, of course, is the scratch he's going to have to try and avoid. I don't think he can. I think it's a big risk if you're going to try and catch the point on that one. Yeah. I think that was all he could really do there, because there was no way he could cut that and not scratch. And Simon went all out. Well, this is a bedhead cut if ever you've seen one, and this is not easy. It's still a bank. I mean, it's a decent enough bank up and down, but it's a very tough, thin cut. But right in the heart of the pocket, nice little bump to 9. That'll do. Thank you very much, and we're one apiece. Spectre Dawn breaking from the left again, I would assume. Yeah. One ball tried to go into the right side, and it looks dry. Well, Spectre Dawn should be in trouble here. And he isn't. Now, can he get enough of that one to give it a smack? No, he couldn't. And that isn't great either, because Simon can get right through on the one. Oh, this is going to be ugly. Out with the jump stick. Just as well he get that nice little bump in the 5 ball there. That's given him plenty of room to get over that 5. And Stefan has taken Larry out. And meanwhile, Simon hasn't got away with the jump. So Larry's Friday night 9 ball is over. Always dangerous when you're ending up in that one loss side and you're giving away handicaps all night. And it's very tough to survive in a race to 4. Well, how is Spectre Dawn going to deal with the 5 ball? Because the 5 ball is going to be tough to get to now. If he's making a cut in the 4, he's checked the cue ball up. He was only ever going to leave himself hooked with left English on it to come that way. He was never going to have a shot. And he's having a look at the cut angle on this 5. This will be some shot, I'll tell you. This will be shot of the night if this goes in. And the cue ball's bound to bump the 6, I would expect. Well, it was way too tough. Well, where's the 5 ball finishing now? Is it stone dead combo? I think it is. Absolutely stone dead. Simon can't miss this in a month of Sundays. This is always going to go in. Well, that's the worst outcome there for Spectre Dawn. But a really, really tough cut he ended up with. So Simon back in the lead, and he looks dry as well. Nothing's gone, and no shot on that one for Spectre Dawn. He can only catch the top side of it if he's going that direction. It's not really viable to go any other direction to get to the 2 to the 1, so he's just going to play the push. Again, I don't think he had a lot of options. Welcome to Lard. And welcome to any other viewers that have joined us. We had One Pocket Slim doing a live stream earlier on while I was doing this one. The live stream match was in the VP4 Bankpool World Championship. Cobra was playing Mr. Sharky, and Cobra sailed through by 6 racks to 0. Well, that was obviously an attempted pot there by Spectre Dawn, leaving the 1 over the pocket. Simon, no option now but to duck for cover. Well, I think he could have played that slightly better. He played that a bit hurriedly. Okay, I mean there is a bank on for Spectre on, but I think Simon could have took his time a wee bit more there, played something better. Because that's the end result. He's now nailed to the 6. And this is give it a pop and hope. But it's going to be wide open here. And we should, and I say should, be 2 racks apiece in a minute. Even if Spectrodon has to play the 3-5 combo. The only worry about the 3-5 combo is where the 3 ball might end up. Because if you push the 3 ball onto the 5, the 3 ball might go that way. And you still might not be guaranteed a shot. He's got to try and get this thick and it goes in like that. That was the way to play it. Play it the opposite side and take most of the ball on the opposite side so it would still go in the pocket. But now, the table's now at his mercy. Yes, it's fixed. And at the risk of stating the obvious, I wouldn't be streaming otherwise. But yes, I am back. Whether you like it or not. Well, what I'm going to do in a minute or two, I'm going to bring up the tournament bracket page for the snooker, and we'll have a quick look at that before I forget. I'll do that after this match. So, 2 racks all. It's anybody's game, but Spectrodon's going to have first shout. Still sticking with the left-hand side. Five ball goes in, top right, or what was it? It looked like a 5 ball, it was probably the 3. Yep, it was a 3. And a dodgy cut back into the side here. How far is it up the table? Well, that 1 ball will go. The only problem is the cue ball is more than likely going to catch the 2. I mean, it cuts the other way, that way, past the 2. And that's well done. And now, from the 2 ball, I think he's probably got to go 2 rails again here. He could just dink the 2 in, but he wants to go 2 rails and try and get straight on this 4 ball so he can at least give it every chance to go in the pocket. He doesn't want an awful lot of angle. Well, he could do with a wee bit of angle to try and get to the 5, but he had to go 2 rails like that, and now he doesn't want to be hampered. That's actually perfect. I mean, that couldn't have landed any better. It's tight, but he's got an angle with the cue ball here to try and get either behind that 5 for a 5-8 combo, or just go through for the 5-7 combo. He might try and get behind the 5. No, he's just taking his medicine. He's just gone a wee tad too far, but this is still a good combo. This 5-7. New ball trying to leak away, and it has done. Now what does he do? This is tricky to get that to tuck in behind the 6 and run away for cover, because he's still got a good chance he might get something behind the 9 here if he's brave enough. But he's got to hit that in such a way that well, he's done the most obvious thing and just pushed onto it. But somebody's going to have to be brave in a minute or two. And we're going to get tip tapping. Now, a bit of bottom in the cue ball here. A bit of bottoming the cue ball from Spectre Dawn. He can get up the table here with the cue ball and keep the 5 ball there like that. You play with a bit of bottom and play for the double kiss, and that'll push you away from the 5 and more or less leave the 5 ball where it is. And now this is tough for Simon, and he's gone hell for leather for a bank that probably, well, the end result's not too bad. How about that? Chinese snooker right over the 9. This is horrible. But again, if you use the W key and line up the shaft of the cue, jack the cue right up and line up the shaft of the cue with the cut angle on that 5, you'll get the 5 ball in. But you've got to hit this. Oh, is that... well, it does cut. Simon trying to tuck in behind the 6, and that's excellent. Well, excellent, but it's not tight enough because Spectre Dawn's going to go over the edge of this 6. Oh, it just needed another inch travel there, and Spectre Dawn was in dire straits. But the thing is, he might not have a shot in a 6. Well, he does have. He managed to hold the pace off in the cue ball, and now he's looking reasonably good. Bound to be on the 8 ball, and he's going to be on the hill. Spectre Dawn 1 rack away from surviving another match on this 1-loss side. And the break is very much dry, albeit that the 1 ball is not great, but it is a good reverse bank. But Simon didn't really, I don't know what he tried, to be honest with you. It's finished awkward. Obviously the 1 goes. The 2, however, let's have a look at that 2. Well, the 2 goes. It's tight, and if you get that slightly offline, you're going to catch the 4. It is very tight, and it will go, but ideally you want the cue ball sitting where the 3 ball is right now to play this 2 comfortably, but it's so easy to catch that 4 ball at this angle, and Spectre Dawn didn't fancy it, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. But Simon hasn't got the cover once again. Would have been great if he just nudged behind that 4 there. And this is not easy to get safe either unless you just roll onto it. He'd be totally crazy to try and cut that up the rail because it's pretty tight. Yeah, well, he's gone for it, and again, it's caught the knuckle. Oh, and it might finish in top, but it hasn't. So Simon has been given his chance. Spectre Dawn lost his patience, went all out for a really tough shot up the rail. It was always bound to catch that jaw. If it's going flush with the rail, it's going to catch that middle pocket knuckle. And Simon has everything here that he wants. 6 ball over the right side, 7 ball in the open. It's all about the position on that 7 ball. In fact, he doesn't, because I've forgotten about the handicap. There it is, first time tonight, folks. I forgot Simon's on the 5 ball. There's never a Friday night 9 ball goes by. Well, Simon just put his foot in it right there, scratched the brake. Final rack decider. And for the first time tonight, in an hour and 48 minutes, I've forgotten about the handicap. So the break was dry anyway, apart from the scratch, and the 4-ball I don't think is going anywhere. Now let's have a quick look at this 4-ball. The 3-ball is not going anywhere fast either, but that 4-ball does go. So the challenge here for Spectre Dawn is to come below this 3-ball if he can, or well, I'm not sure what he was trying there. I think he was trying to miss the 6-ball and come down on the bottom side of that 3. I think that was the plan. He was trying to get the 3-ball up the table, and if it hadn't hit that 6, it would have come down to sort of there, and he would have had a shot. So now we're going to get a bit of messing about here on this 3-ball. Now, this little nudge here and there can very easily set up a combo. You've got to be really careful here, especially the shot that Spectre Dawn's about to play. He's got to watch he doesn't open the 5 like that and leave some sort of combo. And he might have, I'll tell you, he might have. Commentator's eyes called it again. Simon, well, you see how the 4-ball's going. I'm surprised he didn't give that a smack. I'm surprised he didn't give it a good smack, because that 4-ball would have gone in. Now we're back to square one. Now, again, this is dangerous here for Simon. If he just cuts the 3 and bumps the 5 and stays up the table that end as we look, he can leave a combo on here for Spectre Dawn. Well, he's had a complete blast. Now he needs the cue ball to roll upward. And that isn't it. Spectre Dawn's going to run into the 4 here. Hope that it stays in play. And, well, it's another bedhead cut on this 4-ball. It's going to maybe catch some of the 7 as well. No, he's ducking. And Simon's going to have to go 2 rails in behind the 4. He can't get to that side. And the cue ball spins into the pocket. And that is probably going to be Simon's last shot in this week's Friday Night 9-ball. 5-ball is tight this side of the 7, so he's just coming down to the obvious side to leave everything wide open, and this match is over. Oh dear, well, it's a bit late, but the yawning started. The old brain's on shutdown mode. Typical Friday night. So the 9-ball to seal the deal. Spectre Dawn survives yet another match on the 1-loss side. And Simon, his Friday night is over. So better luck next time. So now, let's see where we stand here. LS3 and Sergeresh are going at it to see who plays Bankster. And we will just head right into that match if I can get this bloody bracket to stop moving. Oh dear, oh I thought we were going to struggle to get in there. And LS3 is in dire straits here. Sergeresh getting the 8 ball, and Sergeresh is on the hill, 6-3 up. So LS3 is in a tough spot. She is in a hole, trying to get out of it, trailing 6-3. Well, this is a good test for LS3. Not everything going as smoothly as it has done. She's going to have to battle to survive on the winner's side. Push out played. Now, she's not having a smack at this 9 ball issue with the 1. No, she's gone for the bank, but that's not going to hold the line. But it hasn't really left anything on. But there are good places to hide this cue ball here, behind that 8 and 3 ball in the bottom corner, and behind the 2 and the 7 up table. There are good places to hide. And that is actually not bad. That was always on the cards that LS3 was going to be in trouble. And if she doesn't get the hit and get it safe, well, she's got the hit. Oh, and she's fluked to 6. What a bonus that was. Well, that might just turn the match for her, because if that 6 ball hadn't gone in, this match could well have been over. And that might just be the little lifeline and bit of encouragement that she needs to get herself back in this. She's got away with 1 there. Well, a little dink in the 3 ball, nothing more than a little dink. How's that? See, that's just a bit awkward. The angle in the 4 is just a little bit awkward, but I think you can still come back off it and hold for the 5. Yes, you could. And now this needs a nice little stun. Get that cue ball out of there onto the 7. That'll do it. Oh dear, that's a total disaster. She chickened out there big time, LS3. Oh, that was a really tentative effort in the 7 ball, and that is it. This match is over. Well, that's the worst shot of the night there by LS3. That sort of pathetic little effort on the 7 ball. She really bottled it there, trying to be too cute when it just needed a straightforward stun in, and Sergeresh goes through. So we have a hot seat match, and unexpectedly, I would say, bear in mind the players that were in this tournament, we've got Bankster and Sergeresh in the hot seat match, and we've also now got LS3 moving over to play Mooncake on the 1 loss side, and sorry, tell a lie, LS3 playing Stefan. Mooncake's waiting on the match that's going on right now between Houdini and Spectre Dawn, and Houdini's getting a bucket load of handicap, so let's go in and have a look at that. Now Houdini would have slim odds of winning this match, but for the fact he's got 6 and out, and if he can cut this along the rail, he's going to win the first rack. And he has done. The cue ball stays on the table, and this is extremely dangerous for Spectre Dawn. this is his biggest threat of the night, having to go in a race to 4 when you're giving 6 and out to your opponent. Well, I think the 4 ball has gone, and there's a 1. Well, I was going to say a 1-8 combo until I seen the 6 ball was in front of the 1. But Spectre Dawn, I mean, that push out's clearly a push out by somebody who's not given any thought whatsoever to what they're doing. He's just left a 1-8 combo. And this is why, you know, players of Houdini's level need handicaps. They need to be getting money balls, because you won't probably see a worse push out than that tonight. And a little dink, and he's played that well. So from getting a, well, not a gimme 6 ball cut to take the first rack, he sells it right down the river with that push out effort that he plays, or he or she, I don't know whether Houdini's a he or a she, but not using the head at all with the push out. There was plenty of places you could try and put that 1 ball where it was going to be nowhere near the 8 ball for the combo. That's all I'm saying. So 1 apiece, and again, continuing from the left side. He's been doing it all night. But it is dry. Now, well, the 1 ball does cut. He's gone for the bang. 1 ball stays hooked behind the 6. Easy hit, but he's just trying to roll on it rather than start moving it around the table. I think Spectre Dawn just needs to be patient and wait for the mistake, because you get the feeling with Houdini that the mistake might not be too far away. Although, having said that, he's come up smelling the roses. The attempted kick bank on the 1 ball there, and the cue ball ducking behind the 6, and Spectre Dawn can play the same shot. And now Houdini's in trouble unless he can get a line, and he can't get a line because the 7 ball's in the way. And he's trying to catch the edge of the 1, didn't do that, so now, and the 6 ball's now gone outward. So ball in hand, and Spectre Dawn has a problem. He's got to get really good on that 6 ball, but I don't think he wants to be playing it from this side if he can help it. I mean, he can certainly cut it from this side and he won't scratch, no doubt about that. The other problem is if you end up from that side, you've got the same problem of catching this middle pocket knuckle. So the 6 ball is tough. Well, he's finished nice on that 4 ball. Just the right side of it. So the only thing that can save Houdini here is how well or how bad Spectre Dawn gets on this 6 ball. Now he might be going forward just to come back across and trying to get as good as he can on it, and that's probably as good as can be expected, but watch that middle pocket knuckle. I think it's off the rail far enough, And that's perfect. Oh, welcome to Vertical Liquid. Welcome back to Slim. And Spectre Dawn is going to be in the lead. No doubt about that. But these short race matches with a handicap like that can just turn on their head in an instant. Right, you've started yawning again. 1 ball goes in, 5 ball follows it in, 2 ball is on, 3 ball is dodgy. Now, that's perfect. Could not have landed that any better. Just a little dink, leave the 3 ball there and get the cue ball out of there. Now, he can go 3 rails here if he wants. He could dig into the cue ball and just try and draw up to the side pocket. So he's got choices. He's gone a couple of rails, and that will do very nice. That's perfect. You had all sorts of choices as to how you could get there on that 8 ball. So, the last shot that Houdini has played in this match was that awful push out. I mean, one of the worst push outs I've ever seen. I have to say it. And that was his last shot that he played. And Spectre Dawn gets a 5 ball in the break. And, well, he's no good in the 1, but he could have a proper go at a 1-9 billiard here if he wants. Try and stun onto the 9. It's a good angle. It looks good to me. I would have a go at it. Because he's got, I mean, the only danger is that, you know, Houdini has to get to the 6 ball. It might be worth having a go at it. Take the risk. No, he's not. Oh, VP4 throws up for Cobra. That's the old voodoo. I can voodoo at distance. Well, Houdini's had a shot. And pretty much got away with it, I think. I mean, this is a thin cut into the side. I wonder if I'm going to get a second win because I am really going downhill fast. Where's the cue ball going? Oh, there's a disaster. Well, Houdini has ball in hand and he looks as if he's going for the pot. But can he get himself to the 6th ball? That's the question. And here's the first big test, getting himself up the table in the 4. Well, I think he would have liked this straight in. He's got to, I mean, he's not going to have a great shot in this 6th ball if he doesn't get the cue ball running. Oh dear, look at what's happened here. Oh, and he's got a shot in the 6. By hook or by crook and by fluke. Houdini has a cut in the 6, needs to watch the cue ball again, no. And it's safe, and he's back to within 1. Strange things happen on the 1 loss side. And that's a little bit of run of the ball that Houdini needed there. Once again, he's come up dry though. And this time, there's a shot in the 1. for Spectre Dawn, but again, he's going to have to work the cue ball big time to get anywhere near this too. And that 6 ball might be in the way for that, so he's trying to dig in. And in the end, I'm not sure what he did there, and I don't think he has a clue what he did there either, because he's ended up scratching now. There's a possible 1-6 combo in here for the match. He's not taking it. I mean, okay, it's not dead set and easy, but oh, again, cue ball. Oh dear, dicing with death. Well, this just needs to be. Let's have a look. Well, the angle's a lot more than it looks, but he's got it. Problem is he was running into traffic, and at least he's got a sight in the 3. Watch the cue ball though. Oh, almost. And that may well be the shot that decides the match. We'll have a quick look at this 5 and 8 ball, or the 5 ball's fine, there's loads of room, there's no problem there. Problem is how high he is on the 4 ball, that's the problem. This is one of these in no man's land type shots. Again, he's played it well. Oh dear, what a blunder by Spectre Dawn. Oh, now this is a tester for Houdini to get a shot in the 6 though. Big draw. Needs to miss the 7. It hasn't, but it's worked out not bad. So this to take us hill. Told you these short matches were funny with a handicap like that. Oh, he set that to rail too soon, and a scratch, and it's all over. Well, just when you thought it was going all the way, Houdini sent that 6 ball right into the rail too soon, and also the cue ball running loose gives Spectre Dawn the gift that he wants to settle the nerves and get him through. Oh, Houdini's bailed out. He's bailed out. Anyway, he didn't have time to hang around. I think he was a bit annoyed at the shot he played in the 6. I certainly would have been. So, Spectre Dawn is through, waiting on the winner of Stefan LS3. Meanwhile, I think LS3's in the hill there, by the way. How the hell am I hearing a clock? Why the hell was I hearing a clock there? I'm not in a room. Well, I've just joined at the right time because LS3... Oh dear, what's she done here though? Well, maybe I've jinxed LS3 because she's ran straight into the 8 ball and now got a really tough shot. And Stefan was getting the 8 ball, so this 8 ball has to go in, anything but over the pocket, or Stefan's going to pinch this rack back here. That was well done. So LS3 is through by 4 racks to 1 against Stefan. Well, we just caught the end of that. I tried to jinx her, but it didn't work. So now, we've now got the 2 matches, well, the 1 match that's just getting underway with Spectre Dawn and Mooncake, and LS3's through waiting in the winner of that. So now we'll go in and catch the rest of the hot seat match. And, well, we're just in a nice time. It's 3-2 to Sergaresh, scratch match. And 7 ball has gone, no shot in the 1. But these balls are all sitting good here. Whoever gets this 1 ball, they should be out. Is that a good enough push out? Let's have a look. What would I be able to do here? No, it's not that good, because you can certainly put Sergaresh in trouble. You can just push that one ball out the back of the 5 ball and leave the cue ball behind the 5 here. Looks as if he's thinking about a billiard onto the 5, but it looks too thin. He's trying it. Yeah, he's played it well, but it did everything but go into the hole. That really needed to be very accurate to catch that. The first object ball really thin. Well, Bankster's maybe coming up smelling the roses here. Well, there's not really anything that one ball showing. And so, Bankster gets ball in hand. 5 ball over the bottom right hand corner pocket. Ball in hand on the 1 and 2 up top. Now he just has to get into the middle of the table here to get good on the 4. You don't want to leave it short. So this looking very likely to be going hill all the way. And it definitely is now. Oh dear. So, final rack. Bankster's break. Looks dry. Now that one ball, I don't think goes past the 8. Let's have a look. That looks way too tight. I don't think there's enough room there. Well, the one thing you don't want to be doing is playing a push out up to the top end of the table, as we look. It looks as if Sergaresh is going to play rather than try a push out anywhere. But certainly it's awkward as to what your options are here from this end of the table with that one now. Again, not the best of push outs, it has to be said. I mean, it's a free shot on the 1. Especially with the 2 ball being over the top left hand corner pocket. I just have not got a clue what Sergaresh is thinking there. Haven't the foggiest idea. I mean, that's not quite as bad as the Houdini push out earlier on, but it's not far behind it. So it is. The only thing that can actually save him here is that 4 ball where it's sitting. It's blocked with a 6 and 5. But apart from that, it wasn't really that well thought out. Yeah, it was always going to be a tough ask, and the best he would have had would have been some sort of combo in the 4-6. But now, Sergaresh has a chance to redeem himself in terms of pot in the 3. it's only going to be a big draw here. He's got no other choices, I don't think. Dead straight. Well, there was an angle on it, but that's that top spin has just killed the cue ball. Well, this 7 ball makes this bottom left hand corner a big pocket, and so if you get the line wrong and you send that ball to the rail too soon, like down that way, there's a fair chance that'll go in. And again, I'm surprised that Sergaresh did not play that shot. I mean, if you play a bank on that and you send it to there, at worst, it's going to hit the 7 and go in. So, Bankster should be home and dry here. Everything's dead easy to get on. No obstructions, nothing in the way. And absolutely no excuse if he can't get out here. Well, he could stick himself awkward behind the 7. he tried his best to muck it up. Oh wow! I thought that was gonna die in the edge of the pocket there. That's his second attempt to fail. Well, that's absolutely perfect on this 8 ball. Just, I mean, you go forward, you can come back, you can do whatever you want as long as you just get high enough or low enough as we look for the cut on the 9, and this match is over. So Bankster's still in it. Sergaresh is going home. No, he isn't. I'm forgetting it's a race to 7. I've totally gone. My brain's gone. I'm forgetting it's the hot seat match. Or the I haven't a clue what's happening. You can tell I'm falling asleep. I thought I was still on the loser's side. I might get my second win before the final. Just hang on. But right at this moment in time, I am going downhill fast because it's that time of night again. An hour and a half past my bedtime. Well, now that I've said that, this match is probably going to end up going all the way. Right, I think now is as good a time as any. Bear in mind where he's landed on that 2 ball. I think it's as good a time as any to back out of this for a second and just refresh my mind on what's happening on Sunday. Right, we have matches taking place in the the VP4 Virtual Snooker World Championships, and on Sunday at 7:30 PM British Summer Time, we have the match between LS3 and Barkers. I will be covering that match, and almost at the same time, 2 minutes later, we have Albinario against Mal, so that's like 2:30 Eastern Time, 11:30 Pacific, and 7:30 British Summer Time. We have those 2 matches on tomorrow, Sunday night. We also have the one lost side match on Sunday at 8:30 between Mr. Sharkey and Spectre Dawn. We have a match on Monday between Whiskey and Chiku. I doubt whether that'll go ahead. I'm not convinced Chiku's going to show up. That's at 4 PM in the afternoon, British Summer Time. And we also then have on Monday at 7 PM Mr. Fox against Mooncake. And finally, we'll get Hazeric, I think that's the name, against Rossi next Sunday. So a week on Sunday, but that's at 1 a.m. in the morning, so that's crazy time, so I won't be there for that one. So I hope you can join us on Sunday night, so we should have a couple of good matches to cover then in the snooker. Back to the matters in hand tonight. We'll drop back in. And we are about to go back all square, 4 apiece between Bankster and Sergeresh. Well, there's balls going in all over the place here. Wow. The 1 ball's gone. The 4 ball's gone. The 7 ball's gone. The 8 ball's gone. The dodgy shot in the 2 ball. And that's why it was dodgy. And Sergeresh will be happy with that result though. If you're going to miss it big and get a lucky roll. Good evening to Albie. Well, nobody said that my audio was low. Everybody was telling me the audio was too loud. Now, what part is low? Is it my voice that's low? Because my volume is up full. Did I say welcome to Albie? I'm so tired I've forgotten what I've said in the last 30 seconds. I'll say it again. Good evening, Albie. Double check your volume on the actual stream. Well, I'll have a look, as I said earlier on tonight, I'm going to have a look at this played back tomorrow, and I'll get a better idea of what the sound quality is like, what the volume's like tomorrow. I won't be doing it tonight, and I'll try and improve it. But this will have to do in the meantime, because you know, with the PC being down and just getting it back late yesterday afternoon, I got it back. I haven't had a lot of time, and being at work today, I haven't really had a lot of time to do things. I've got nothing installed other than Discord. In fact, that's a good idea. Just give me a second. We'll see this shot. I'm going to shut down Discord because it's running in the background and I'm not using it. Right, back in a sec. Now, is that any better? Is that any better? Give me a yes or a no. So it's a tad better. Hang on a sec. Is that any better now? Because that's going to be as good as it's getting. All my volumes are up full. Now, can we get a confirmation? Is everybody happier with that volume level now compared to what it has been? What the hell is this coming through my phone? Oh, no. Well, ball in hand. Sergaresh trailing by 5 racks to 4. Slim's never been happier. That's good enough for me. Where's the cue ball going? And Sergaresh can't see the 3 ball. Well, he can spin this in no problem. Loads of room to get there. And he's landed nicely on the 4. So remember, I'm sure Slim will create a full highlight of his match from Sunday night. So my live stream will be automatically held on YouTube. Slim only streams on Twitch at the moment, but we'll get him upgraded to YouTube eventually and Twitch, a bit like myself. But he's just learning to walk. And if you want to watch any of the matches from Sunday night and you miss them, I'm sure Slim will create a full highlight of his match, and you can, whatever one you miss, you'll be able to watch it either on my YouTube channel or on Slim's Twitch channel. So that'll be LS3 against Barkers and Albinario against who the hell is it again? Mal. And here's hoping Mal turns up, because it should be a good match. Meanwhile, we're 5 apiece here in this match that I said is going to go all the way. Straight away, Bankster has got himself in a bit of a hole. It will be snooker. It's the Virtual Snooker World Championships. And it will be, depending on where you are in the world, it will be 7:30 British Summer Time. It will be 2:30 East Coast Time. It will be 11:30 Pacific time. There will be 2 matches on at the same time. They will both be live streamed. I'm doing the LS3 backers match. Slim will be doing the match between Albie and Mal. So what you want to have is 2 monitors or a big telly, and I don't know whether you can get Twitch on the television, can you? Can you get Twitch on the TV like YouTube? I haven't a clue. Anyway, you could have the 2 of them running at the same time, and it is on Sunday night, yeah, or Sunday afternoon, or Sunday morning, again depending where you are in the world. But there is the potential for us to have the highest run of the tournament. The current high run is 114 by semi-pro, and I'm expecting that to go on Sunday night. Very much so. The question is who is going to get the high run? I'll be surprised if the high run doesn't go. Really surprised. I'm expecting a big ton on Sunday night from somebody. Maybe more than one as well. So, Bankster's a bit straight on, in fact, a bit too straight on this 4-ball for my liking. And I think that was as good as he could have played that. That's not bad. And he can miss the 6-ball. Well, he's actually managed to hold that. I didn't think he could hold that. That was well done. And now, just get yourself out onto the 7. Nice angle in the 6 to do that. Wants to have the angle on the 7 though. This is the things you've always got to remember. You see, he's left that a bit short. He's short on the wrong side. I mean, you can still go forward. It's just a wee bit of a blind pot, and Mooncake has gone through against Spectre Dawn, so Spectre Dawn won't be contesting the final this week. So it's anybody's now, but clearly it's going to be one of these 2 players that's going to be there. Who's going to meet with them? So, Bankster on the hill, 1 away with the break. Well, that's a good break, but I don't think anything's going in. The balls were flying all over the place there, and now they've all sort of gathered in a central position of the table. The break is dry, and no real shot for Sergresh. Now he needs to come up with something better here, either as a safety or as a push out. Well, he's gone all out for the pot. That was a cracking shot. Now, how does he follow that though? Well, it's really thin into the side, and he didn't get it thin enough. Well, it's wide open for a bank. You're going to have to make it and get the cue ball out of the way though. It's not. It is open for the bank, but the angle's not great. But he's played it perfect. This is now gone really awkward though. He's again. These are horrible to play there. You know, you're hampered right over that 6-ball, trying to get the cue onto the cue ball or the cue stick, and then another great shot by Bankster. What a recovery shot that was. Cracking shot. He's going for the jugular here to get this match done and dusted. Well, again, you want to go 2 rails here. You don't want to sort of try and dink this in, I don't think. Needs to miss the 7. And now it's one of those testy cuts, all on a square line, and it's so easy to catch these jaws. And where's the cue ball ending up? That's the question. He's going to have a shot in this 8 ball. Oh, he's checked it up. Is he going to come out? Yes, he is, I think. I think he's just got enough of the 8 ball. That and no more to cut this in. Dead weight dink, I would say. No, he's coming back across. That'll work out. So Bankster is through to the final unless he does something crazy. He should be taking this cue ball away from the corner pocket, which he is doing, because the scratch was on. So Bankster is through to the final. Sergresh moves across to that one lost side. So now we know where we stand. We have our first finalist tonight, and that is Bankster. And Sergresh is going to have a little wait, because LS3 and Mooncake are going at it to see who plays Sergresh. And LS3 with a 2-1 lead. Well, Mooncake doing his best to get on the 5, and that's not bad. I mean, he's got some sort of shot into the side. He's got to push through though to get that 9 ball out of the way. And again, the angle in the 6, let's have a look. The angle in the 6 is, again, it's not great. Yeah, he's running forward now. He doesn't want to land in the 7. He needs a little nudge. And that's not good enough. Couldn't have finished any worse. Double kiss. Now, LS3, how does she fancy a bank? Can choose either side. Looks as if she's maybe going for it. Into this bottom left hand corner pocket as we look. That looks like the line. No, gone the other way just to confuse me. Absolutely nowhere near it. But then again, where it's finished, she'll settle for that. I mean, this obviously can be cut. But once again, judgment of the pace in the cue ball is the paramount thing here, because you could end up finishing nowhere in the 8 ball. And that needs to keep running. And that is better than nothing for Mooncake. And this just, again, is just a straightforward pot. All you do is pot the ball. You don't need to worry about the cue ball. In fact, especially when you're getting the 8 ball as your money ball. There, I remembered that there. So, 2 apiece. Race to 4. Oh dear. Disaster. Cue ball in the break. 4 ball has gone in with it. And ball in hand for LS3 now. What does she do here? Let's have a look at what the options are. Well, it's not good for a 1-9 combo. 1 into the side. angle to go down for, sorry, tell a lie, I forgot the 2 ball. 2 ball goes past the 7, so there's not really a problem here. I mean, this is, I fully expect LS3 to get out. There's, I suppose, well, the only slight problem is the 5, because when she pots the 3 here, she just got to be careful that she dinks back into the gap. I mean, you can roll through and play it safe, but you then leave the cut in the 5. If you just dink it back and you fall into that little spot, it needs to bump, and that will do it. Perfect. Once again, ideally, you want to just run through on this 5 ball so that you're inside the 6 near the rail, and then you can cut the 6 in and come around and out, possibly behind the 7, and leave the 7 into the bottom left hand corner pocket. Well, this might actually be straight enough just to go forward. I think you've still got a choice in how you do this. But the paramount thing is get high up the table for a good shot in the 7. Doesn't matter how you get there, as long as you get high enough. Oh, now it needs to miss the 7, but that, again, has done no harm. A friendly little nudge. She'll take that. Little dink. Just pick the angle, dink it down into the pocket. Just trying to stop the cue ball leaking away there. Now the cue ball is going to be travelling. So once again, if it's the thin cut into the side, you've got to miss the 9. Note she's going top corner. Again, it's with that angle cut in the 8 ball, you were never going to be great in the 9 where the cue ball was running at that angle. And this is a cut into the side. You've got to watch the cue ball though, so you've got to jack up on this, I think. Yeah, and she actually overcut it, and it's bouncing nicely for Mooncake to get to the hill here. So LS3 again finds herself in trouble, trying to take this match all the way, but it's Mooncake with a break. And it looks dry. It is certainly dry. Now, how does this look? Well, again, it's straight off the rail and back across the 2. Now, she's obviously thinking about getting in the 2 and forgotten about the 1, because the 1 was absolutely nowhere near the pocket. But it's not finished. I'll get that wrong. It was Mooncake that was playing there. You can tell I'm falling asleep again. Oh, there's a disaster. Scratch from LS3. Well, the interesting shot's about to come up, because where the 7 ball is obviously a 7-9 combo. But when you play the 4 ball, do you do something crazy like try and bump the 7 out of the way and still have a shot in the 5? I wouldn't advise it. I mean, it's dead straight in the 4, so there's no way that's happening here. So it's going to be a 7-9 combo for the match here in a second or 2 from Mooncake. That needs to go. It needs to go. Oh, he's left it in that funny spot again. Yeah, these are not good, and the cue ball. Yeah, well, that was a sort of half-hearted pot come safety, the way it's finished. He'll take that, but it will chip in, but you've got to get this pure and flush. And it wouldn't do any harm if this cue ball bumped to 8 ball on its way back down the table here. I don't think it will though. Well, it did. Now, question is, Is LS3 going to have the combo? And the answer is yes. It's there to be made. Now again, if you just concentrate on the 7 ball and where you want to send it, it would, you know, it's asking a lot to miss this. You've just got to get thick enough on the 9 for it to go in the hole. Like that. That was perfectly done. And here we are again, folks. Hill, hill. LS3 hanging on. No, I didn't hear anything go in there. Oh yeah, the 8, sorry, not the 8, the 7's gone. But look at where the 2 is. It's ducking behind the 9 ball, going nowhere. You got a video on the 9 ball break. Now I'm not sure what you're asking there. No, I don't think I have, as a matter of fact. And the thing is that if there was, if I had done anything like that in the past, they're all irrelevant now with the physics change. But the thing about the 9 ball break now, especially, I don't know whether it really matters, but with the break box on, you know, because we've got the break box, which is that area there, and you have to keep the cue ball within that area when you're breaking off. Anybody breaking from the left and right hand side is trying to get the 1 ball to go into that side pocket, either that way or that way. That's the thing to look out for in the break. And in the 9 ball World Championships, it was Nick that had mastered that. If you look at the thing to do is go and look at the most recent matches that I did on the 9 ball World Championship playlist, the ones involving Niksana, or Nick as he's now known, and you'll see how many times he was getting the 1 ball in the break, and watch what he was doing and where he was breaking from. And that's VP4 emulating pretty much real life 9 ball that you see the pros doing, because when they're breaking there, that's mostly what they're trying to do, is get that 1 ball into the side pocket. And they do it on a very regular basis, so they do. Meanwhile, Mooncake is home and dry, and LS3 is going home. Mooncake getting the 8 ball, goes through by 4 racks to 3. So LS3, her luck ran out tonight, but she's done well. She's going to come out with more VP dollars than she had when she signed up. But now we have Mooncake against Sergeresh to see who's going to meet Bankster in tonight's final. And it's going to more than likely be another 4-hour tournament tonight. I mean, we're what, 2 hours and 53 minutes into tonight's tournament. We'll get this match to go, and then we'll get the final, which is a race to 9. And depending on how it goes, it could be approaching 4 hours. I'm expecting it to be. So we'll get ourselves in. And they are already underway. Well, Mooncake won the lag, broke off, got a couple of balls, but didn't have a shot. So he's played the safety. That just, well, I think that's a wee bit unlucky because that was a good kick there. That one ball just came off the rail far enough to make it a comfortable cut. Again, though the problem's getting on the 3 ball. And that's checked up big time. That was well done. Loads of left English in the cue ball to bump the rail and straighten it up off the rail to at least give a cut in the 3. And I don't think it could have landed much better. Now it needs the 5 ball to roll good. And it's still good. And Mooncake might need to watch where this cue ball's travelling here because it could end up bottom side of the 6. It's bouncing. Just a wee bit too much weight on it there. And of course it caught the 9 ball which set it offline. Well, does this still cut? Yes, it does. Oh, now another ugly 7 ball. And would you believe it, he's overcut it. So Mooncake did all the hard work there, and goodness me, I think Sergeresh is showing signs of wear and tear. They've been at it for almost 3 hours in the tournament, all the guys that have survived, and sometimes it does just, fatigue does start to set in. I know I went downhill a long while ago, my eyes are barely open. But first blood goes to Mooncake. Race to 4 though. So blinking you'll miss it. We certainly didn't see a ball go in. So let us see if Sergeresh can come up with again a better push out. Well, that's left debate on here for Mooncake. I don't think he can refuse this. He's got a bank in the 1. Pretty much guaranteed to be on the 2. Didn't get the bank though. Well, this isn't easy. The pot's tough enough as it is. And because you can only get to the top of the cue ball's going forward. It might go through the gap between the 8 and the 5. And that's not bad. At least he's got sight of the 2 and got enough room to play the cut. Now, the only thing that will go wrong here is whether he checks the cue ball up and hooks himself behind the 6. And that looks as if it's going to come into the gap nicely. That was well done. All looking good so far here for Sergeresh to square this match. Oh, something flew into the pocket. I haven't a clue what it was. It might have been the 3 ball again. And well, again another awkward cut in the one. He's trying to drop it in dead weight to over the two, and once again an excellent shot by Sergaresh. Judged the pace perfect, and used to bounce, and that was well done as well. So it's all taking shape nicely here for Sergaresh in this third rack. Well, now he has a straightforward choice. Got to come up the table, back down for the 6 into that top corner pocket. It looks a bit of a tighter angle to try and leave it into the side. Where's the cue ball going? He didn't check the cue ball up. Oh, that was bad. You had to put a bit of left English on that to stop the cue ball leaking away and letting it run loose like that. Big sellout by Sergaresh. Everything was going fine there, but you've got to watch the line the cue ball's going to take, and evasive action was available there with a bit of inside English, and he didn't do it. He just let it run, and it's going to cost him. Oh dear, no sooner have I said that than Mooncakes rattled the 8. Sergaresh has got a bank or a cut, and again the cue ball is going to be running loose. And that will do. Oh, running just below the 9. Straightforward roll in for the lead. Seven ball has gone in, as has the 2. Shot in the 1, 3 over the corner pocket, top right hand side. And it's just about getting it out into the table. Oh, I thought you could see the 1 back tell. It's a 9. I thought that was a 1 ball. The eyes have gone. Now, why is he jumping that? Can you not see enough of that to cut it in? Well, I would have liked a better look at that 1 ball there. Well, this is going to be jump stick to the rescue here for Sergaresh. Oh, he must have had a bit of unwanted English on the cue ball there, because he barely caught that 1. And now Mooncake has his chance. Well, we're going to be 2 apiece here. Mooncake can just hold the cue ball nice for that 9. That's not too bad. Oh dear, here we go again. Sergeresh doing his best to find his way to the pocket with that cue ball. And everything available straight away. He's a wee bit dodgy on this cut in the 4. And focusing on the cue ball, getting on the 5 somehow. He's forgotten about the 4. And that was tough. End result isn't bad though. Well, a big target to hit that 4 ball. It's just about how lucky your roll is going to be. I mean, it's a pot for Sergeresh, not easy. And if the cue ball's running a couple of rails here, and well, again, got reasonably good in the 5, but once again, the first part of the task there was pot the 4. And this is not easy either, where it is, it's right in the pocket. But that was well done. Well, you can let this cue ball run. There's a strong chance you're going to come out behind the 8 ball. Plenty of room. And that'll do nice. So, we have Mooncake 1 away from tonight's final. Is Sergeresh going to get any more say in the outcome of this match? Well, he needs to get a shot first. And he's going to get a chance straight away here, I think. The break's dry. Enough of the 1 ball showing for the cut. Loads of traffic to avoid though, with the cue ball to get up the table for the 2 into the side. And that was the problem. Avoiding the traffic. Well, you can see the 2. And there's enough room past the 2 to have a really, past the 3, sorry, to have a really ambitious 2-9 combo. Yeah, that was tough. How's the luck? Well, that's not bad either. I mean, the 2 cuts as well, but again, it's awkward. And the 3 ball does go past the 9. So good luck with this one. Another good shot. Well, it looks as if, you know, you've got a sort of 2/3 pocket. That's bad enough, but when you're playing a blind pocket cut like this, it's not easy. But he's played the combo and it's game, set, match to Mooncake. I thought he was looking at the cut there. I didn't think he was looking at the combo, but that was well done. So now, Mooncake is our second finalist. We've got the final, a race to 9 between Mooncake and Bankster for this week's Friday night 9 ball. And that room is already up. So we'll get in, and hopefully the 2 guys don't want to hang about too much. Mooncake's rearing to go. Here we are. We've got Bankster on the right hand side for the lag, and it's no handicap, and it is a race to 9. And I'm sure Bankster would want another go at that. Barely got past the 50-yard line there with the bank. I'll just be back in a little second. I'm just tapping out for a second. Hold on. Right, we're back. So, the final started. We are 3 hours and 10 minutes into tonight's tournament. Still in the first rack. But Mooncake has a full pocket to get the 6th ball in. And shouldn't be any issue. Although, he could have played that a lot better. And that's what can happen when you have to play dodgy cuts. He scratched off the 8 ball. Gifted the first rack to Bankster. So of course the difference in the final here tonight is that these two players are evenly matched as far as the ratings go. So with there not being a handicap, Bankster's going to have to do it from scratch tonight. And talking of scratch, that's exactly what Bankster's done off the break. In rack number 2, Mooncake with ball in hand, and all of these balls sitting perfect. Now, what he didn't want to do was just bump the 8 ball there. That's a cardinal sin. I mean, the 6 ball still goes, but it now goes in less pockets than it did 30 seconds ago. And now there's a problem, because the cue ball is running forward, and it's running into that 8 ball. And he needs to get a good roll here. Well, he's managed to just brush off the 8, and that's well played. Just caught the 8 ball and no more, and it's put him on a perfect line. So, 1 apiece. Well, 8 ball has gone. Shot in the 1 now. He's just got to dig back off this 1 ball to get on the 2. He's got to get into the cue ball, and she hasn't got into it enough, I don't think. Has he? Has he? No, he hasn't. I mean, there's enough room there to hit the two, but I don't think that's cutting it in. I think it's cutting to the top rail like that. That was the only thing with that shot there. When you were playing that one ball, you had to dig into the cue ball to get a bit of purchase on it and spin it out of there so you were going high enough to get most of that two ball. It was the only way you were going to pot it. And he didn't quite get into the cue ball enough. Now, can Bankster capitalise on it? And again, the table is not difficult. The difficulty now, though, is the 6 ball sitting in the middle of the table at the bottom end here, and he's overhit that by quite a margin. Finished well below the 6, and it's a dodgy cut into the side, which is not really good for getting on the 7. And that's well done. Managed to spin it up the table and give himself the chance for the shot in the 7. That was well played. And now everything's smelling of roses. Well, something went down. In fact, a couple of balls went down. 3 ball and the 6 is gone. There's a tight space here. So, again, before Bankster plays, he should be looking at that 5 ball. There's loads of room to get that 5. Loads of room. That's the gap there, the narrow gap to get on that 5 ball to make the cut into the corner pocket. And that's pretty much on the mark where it is right now. So when he's potting this 4 ball, he just needs to come back to that sort of area. And that is perfect. Couldn't have played it any better. Oh, good evening to Semi-Pro. I'm barely awake. My brain went to bed about 90 minutes ago. Again, he's run high enough up the table. That's all you need to do. And this is just a gentle roll in, just to keep the cue ball that side of the table. You've nothing else you need to do. Just roll the 8 in. I mean, you can go 2 rails across and back the way or whatever, but just dink it in like that is good enough. Well, that's what I was saying earlier on there, that with Spectre Dawn going down and LS3 going out. And we'll just curse Bankster because he scratched the side pocket. So yes, we're going to have a different winner. Probably, I mean, I don't know who won it last week because I wasn't around. But it's the usual suspects that are getting to the business end of the tournament each week. But they've all fallen by the wayside this week. Well, that was a cracking little combo there. I think it was. It looked like a combo, but as I say, I'm half asleep. I'm barely picking up what's happening in front of me here. Oh, now he needs to get lucky here. It needs to keep rolling, and that will do. Got there in the end. Oh dear. He didn't want the bump in the 6. Now what do? You could just play the double kiss onto it, but there's a possibility of leaving a bank on here doing that. Unless you just roll straight on top of the 6. That's probably the safest thing to do. But if he bumps it to come away from the 6, yeah, I think that's what I would have done. So now it's a bit of tip-tapping until somebody gets brave or loses patience. And, well, Mooncake may well take the bait here. He's going to have to make the bank. And he couldn't have nailed it any better than that. That's why you've got to be careful when you're playing the double hit to come away from the object ball and locking it to the rail. He didn't lock it to the rail, and that left that bank as bait for Mooncake. He took it, he got it, and he's got himself back into the match, trailing by 1. And what was that? Again, was it? I don't know what ball it was. I just saw something go in. It was the 6. Shot in the 1. Shot in the 2. Not a problem. Shot from the 2 to the 3. Let's have a look at what he's got. No, that's no good. That's dead straight. So just straight back and a longer cut in the 3, I think. Oh, again, not getting into the cue ball enough. I mean, look at the area I could have got to, and has got nowhere near it. Oh, that'll do though. That will do. Now it's going to spin into the gap, but there's not any room there to get the pot. So Mooncake will be happy with the outcome. And I think Bankster will settle for that as well. Although, again, he should be in trouble here. Again, Mooncake's not interested. He's gone straight for the jugular. But didn't get a nice kiss on the 4. But he had the opportunity to stick Bankster in trouble. Now Bankster's going to try and kick this in. This 4 ball. And no, I think he's got lucky again. Yeah. Is he playing the combo? I don't know why I said we should play the combo, because he was never going to hit the 9 ball first, but you know, when you get to my condition at this time of night, your brain's working backwards. It's laughable trying to actually focus when your body and your brain have gone to sleep. And I have not got a second win tonight, folks. I thought I'd get a second win. I certainly don't want to get one now. I don't want to be bright and breezy when this is finished. I want to hit the sack and be out like a light in 5 minutes. That's how I feel right now. Well, Mooncake's going to have to dig himself out a hole. Easy to hit the 5. No clue how it's going to end up though. So, Bankster has the opportunity to just stretch that lead again and keep Mooncake at bay. Oh yeah, I think Bankster's going downhill as well, because he's missed that by a mile. He actually sent it to the long rail. But again, probably no complaints about the outcome, but that was a nice cut by Mooncake. How's his luck? I don't think it's any good. Nope. And Bankster should be ready to pounce here. Oh dear. Well, he just sat back down in his chair after that shot. It might not be all over yet. This 8 ball. Well, that's reasonably close to the rail. And that's an excellent shot. Now, how's the cue ball though? Well, that'll do if it stays in the table. And he's okay. It just brushing into the rail just slowed it up. And not a difficult 9 ball into the side. And suddenly we're back all square. Well, something went into that top right hand corner. Once again, I've no clue what it was. It was just a blur. It was a 3 ball. Thin cut in the 1. And he's got to miss the 4 ball so he can get back out into the table. Well, he's clipped the 4. It sent him a wee bit offline, but he's still got the cut on the 2. The big question is about to follow. How does he get good in the 4? Well, that's one way. That was perfectly played. Now he's probably going to have to go forward and across to get over here. And that's, again, well done. Got a wee bit of an angle he can pinch here on this 5 ball. Just to get the cue ball out of there. And that'll do nicely. But what does he do with the 6? It's going to have to be an attempt at the 6-9 combo. That needed to have a bit more legs on it come around. Well, he's flicked to 7, would you believe it? And look at how the 6 ball finished. That's the sort of help you need. And Mooncake. Oh, hang on a minute though. I think he's okay, but it needs to get around the angles and out a bit. Well, he should be, and I say should be, finding himself in the lead. Well, we're now a couple of minutes away from 3.5 hours for tonight. I thought we might be getting close to the 4 hours. 9 ball has gone in the break. And, sorry, tell a lie, it wasn't a 9, that was a cue ball. Oh, the mistakes are coming thick and fast. And here we go with a 1-9 combo, ball in hand for Bankster. Well, that was well done, and that was a quick rack. I wish they were all going to be like that at this time. So, Mooncake's lead didn't last long, it lasted all of 30 seconds. 8 ball in the right side pocket, I think it was. And quite look to see if there's enough of that 1 ball showing. Yes, there is. Just get round in time. Nice little bump in the 2. And all the balls are there. Not a problem anywhere on the table. Forward and out for the 3 into the side. Well, I'm not sure what he played there because that's neither here nor there. I can't believe he just wanted to come out to play that in the corner. I think he wanted out to play that in the side. But the end result is good though. Good recovery. Now, this can go wrong by hooking yourself behind the 7. So easy to do. But you've got to try and stay in the middle of the table. And that's what he's done. But again, doing that, he's forgot about the 4 ball. Well, to any of the viewers that are still watching, and I'm sure there's the odd one or two that's still awake, they're far more awake than I am. I'll do this now because I'm not hanging about when I'm finished. As soon as I'm finished tonight or the tournament's finished, I'm out of here. So thanks to everybody for watching. It's good to be back. And if you can, try and join. Make your choice on Sunday night. That's what to do, or Sunday afternoon. Make your choice. It'll either be Slim on his Twitch channel for the match between Albinario and Mal. Brackets, provided Mal shows up. And your other choice will be the match between LS3 and Barkers at 7:30 British Summer Time. Both of them start pretty much the same time. 2 PM Eastern, 2:30 Eastern, 11:30 Pacific Time. And I'm expecting Semi-Pro's high run in the tournament to go on Sunday night. I'll be disappointed if it doesn't. Meanwhile, we've got Mooncake with a slender lead, 5 racks to 4. We've got Bankster at the table, and again, all the balls are there. He's got to get this most important shot is how he finishes on the 6 here now. He's going to have to probably run the cue ball again here. Yeah, and again, took his eye off the pot. Now, is that going to be the mistake that's going to give Mooncake daylight here in this final? Now, he doesn't want to be stuck to the rail, and that's a no-no. Look at where the 7 ball is. He's got no chance of getting good on this 7, from what I can see. And that's about as good as he can get. I mean, it's off the rail, and you would think if he gets the pace right and gets back into the middle of the table, he's going to be on the 8 ball. Needs to bounce. Now, how's the 9 ball looking? Oh, it's just off the rail. So he's going to have to go 3 rails again here. No, he's went 2, and he needs to watch the scratch doing that. And he's got away with it. It's always dangerous to come the 2 rails across the way because you're dicing with the side pockets. But he's got away with it, and he's got that 2 rack comfort zone. But he hasn't got a ball in the break next rack. It's dry. But of course now the pressure shifts on to Bankster. He's got a shot in the 1. Bottom left hand corner. That'll hold for the 2. Oh, now that bump there in the 8. Look at what's happened there. Well, I'm pretty certain he's going to dig this jump stick out. But this is a bit too close for my liking. He could land over the two. Well, he did. He landed short of it. Actually, I think he jumped on it twice here with that cue ball. Well, let's be honest, it could have finished in a worse position than this. But the bank has been played by Mooncake. Now, he's got to think about what he's doing here first before he plays the three. He's got to come back and spin out, and that's well done. It needs to spin a bit more, but I think he's fine. But can he get the fourth clean into the side? He might be very tight. He's going to try and hit this. He's going for the cut. I think he can maybe hit this in off the jaw. But he's played that well. He's went hell for leather. 100% on it. And a nice little bump on the 7 and the 8, I think it was. Opens everything wide up. Or wide, I'll say that again. Opens everything wide open. I can't remember what I'm saying. Well, it's looking odds on. The gap's going to 3. My brain's gone to bed. I want to join it. So, now the question has been asked big time on Bankster. 7 racks to 4 behind. I heard something go again. And Mooncake's on the 1. The 2's the open. Now, we can see that the 3 ball goes. But you can't leave yourself. I don't know what that was. Because the pace he's played that at, if he'd potted that 1, how was he going to get on the 3? When he was pretty much dead straight in the 2. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Bankster got him hooked. Mooncake's kicked out of it. And, well, that 1 ball, again, is tight, but it will go into the side. You've got to watch the cue ball, though, that you can actually go through and still see this 2, which is on the rail. A nice little nudge. It went to the jaw, but caught too much of it. And again, Mooncake coming to the table with a shot in the 1. Needs to just avoid the traffic. He's done all of that part. He's on the 2. He's got a nice angle to stun it in and get the cue ball out. Needs to get out far enough. And that will do. Could have done with going a wee bit more for comfort's sake, to be honest with you, but that'll do. And the problem now, well, again, he's fine. He can just, he's got to make a choice. He's got to get in the gap. He can't be coming back to here. And that was well played. Got the stun draw working there perfectly. Again, it just needs to open up and go higher. That'll do. So things at the moment are falling nicely into place here for Mooncake. Don't forget, this is the guy that we thought was unbeatable in the VP4 9-ball leagues that we had at the end of last year. Because I think he went for about 6, I don't know, I think it was the first 7 or 8 weeks he was unbeaten. But he's looking good for the Friday night 9-ball crown. He's on the hill, 8-4 up. And Bankster with it all to do, but Bankster might not be getting back to the table. Bankster may well have had his say this week, because this table again is wide open. He's gone too far again on this 3 ball. Just dinking it in to at least still see the 4. So now we'll get a bit of cue ball travel. And ideally he wants to leave this short, but again, focusing on, and he's flicked to 4. Well, you're bound to win the tournament when you get away with that sort of stuff. I mean, you've got to laugh. You've got to laugh. I'm not complaining. It means I get to my bed earlier. Well, we are 3 hours and 40 minutes into tonight's tournament, so we're not going to get to the 4 hours unless there's a big turnaround. Loads of English on the cue ball, actually too much. He's almost scratched, would you believe it? Almost scratched the side pocket with that spin that was in the cue ball there. But anyway, it's Mooncake's crown this week. He beats Bankster by 9 racks to 4. Oh, I didn't know you were still there, Popman. And that is it, folks. It is short and sweet. Join us on Sunday night. Make your choice of what match you want to watch if you're there. If you can't watch it later on my YouTube channel. It'll be LS3 against Barkers. Or watch it later on One Pocket Slim's Twitch channel. It will be Albinario against Mal. And with that, thanks everybody for watching. And I will bid you good night. Take care and stay safe. And we'll see you again in the not too distant future. I am back.